They have put on a few catches, but then yeah, the ground fielding has been good by India. It's gone straight up in the air, but lucky in the end falls safe. So they'll go for a single. So at the end of 14 overs, Sri Lanka are 65 for one. Definitely, Sri Lanka are pretty much on the right track. Just going around 4 runs and over and getting that odd occasional boundary, which is going to help them, the longer run, maybe around the 30 over mark. If they find themselves at around 130 to 140, it's going to be a handy job for them. And these two batters, getting set at the crease is pretty much important as far as the slightly longer formats are concerned. It's again good line this from Mario. On to his fourth over, he's picked up the only wicket and just conceded 12 runs. Once again, in fact, the field is very much pretty well set. Uh, there is one man set on the onside, standing like a deep mid wicket. Like very much like a country or slightly like a deep mid wicket. So for the pull shot, this time on the pads, an appeal for leg before, but not given by the umpire. So Mario pretty economical with his bowling, going really well here. That's the second wicket down for Sri Lanka. So Sri Lanka 56 for two, and Johan has to walk back after a very well played 28. So at the end of the 15th over, in fact, at the end of 14.5 overs, Sri Lanka are 66 for two, and it's time for drinks. Pera is the new man in. 67 for 2. Considerably two new batsmen in the crease. Yeah, maybe slightly settled at the other end, Gary, but still, relatively new batters. Both the batters are relatively new to the crease, so pretty much important to consolidate for a while and take the partnership as long as possible. He hit it and played for a single on the onside. Slightly, swing on the leg side this time around and pushed away for a single.
The parent is still off. Yeah. Parent is still off. Parent is still off. Yeah.
Oh, this time just a swing and a miss, but that's called a wide by the umpire. Margin wide.
Which players have to be there for 35 hours? All of the.
He hit it well,
All the 11.
and that's gone for a boundary.
All the 12. No? 12. Among the
In
12.
fact, that's a
11 should
stop
be
on the boundary.
Yeah, all the 12.
Beg your pardon.
So now after 10 overs, 2 people have to come out.
So just a single this time around.
Parent just has to go on and somebody else has to come out. After how many overs? 5 overs. After another 5, yeah. Then, 5 overs के बाद में आपको अंदर जाने का है.
It's an appeal for leg before,
35 overs हो जाएगा.
but they'll just steal a single. That's a leg by.
Yeah, that is fine. But still, you're about 3 overs behind schedule. My thing is, if that doesn't work out, then what is the penalty? Making rule is fine, but then
Oh, that's well played. Just kept a little down. The ball just kept low, so this time a single on the offside. So at the end of 16 overs, Sri Lanka are 72 for 2. And as far as the run rate is concerned, it's definitely around 4.5. So somewhere from here, around 25 over run rate, around the 30 over mark at least, then there can be a solid platform set towards the final 15 overs. So Mario is here. So up to this point in the game, Mario has been the pick of the bowlers as far as India are concerned. He's picked up 2 wickets. Once again, appeal. The line and length of Mario has been perfect as far as to this point is concerned because he's not given much of loose balls. In that way, Mario has been bowling brilliantly here. So that's a good start to the over. Dot ball to start the 18th over. So 74 for 2 here.
After this way, I got my drink late on there.
End of 19 overs. Sri Lanka 81 for 2. And end of 20 overs. 85 to 90 runs. Proved to be pretty handy here.
Right. Yeah, sure. That's it.
Ratan Sharma is the new bowler on for India. So there is a man at long off for Gary, the left-handed. Long off and long on. Long on is slightly wider on the boundary. And there is a short mid-wicket. They go for a quick single. So interesting field here for the right-handed. as they have put on a sweeper, and there is a man behind at mid wicket. I mean, in fact, the mid wicket fielder has been pushed back for the right-handed.
That's not yours, is
So that's good. That's a good stop. So the last ball of the 20th over coming up. 83 for 2 here, Sri Lanka. Down the leg side this time around. They might push for the second, and they come back for the second comfortably. That's great running between the wickets. In fact, it's called one shot by the umpire. So just a single of the last ball. So end of 20 overs, Sri Lanka are 84 for 2. And pretty much, a very, very comfortable position here, Sri Lanka. You can, go on to build the innings. The straighter boundaries, in fact, from the other end, that is precise, is slightly at the longer end. So it would be better for India if if they look to target or if they look to stop runs. That's well played. So keeping things tight here, India. Spinners doing the job perfectly well for them. If they can break this partnership, that'll be an icing on the cake. Once again, well defended. So the final ball of the 21st over. Once again defended. This is great bowling from Emmanuel. A good start for Emmanuel. Just one run conceded. Oh, this first over at the end of 21 overs, 85 for 2, Sri Lanka. So Gary, definitely the key man from here. As you know, he's played here for a while. He's there. He came in at number 3 and tried to steady the innings after the fall of the first wicket. So in turn, it would be him or Sri Lanka would be hoping that he would take take the innings longer and ensure that momentum is definitely towards Sri Lanka. So Ratan Sharma to continue from this end. Well played this time. They'll just get a quick single. A good throw, direct hit, but no harm in the end. In fact, they've kept in a short square leg for the for stopping the single out there. That's a good field setup actually. In fact, India are bowling to their field. That's one good thing that the Indians are doing. They're keeping it right on the money. So uh, you know, not offering much of loose deliveries. And as a bowling unit, if you can do that, if you can restrict those boundaries, be it in whichever phase of the game, be it in the initial overs, be it in the middle overs, or rather in even in the death overs, it would be a key aspect as far as the bowling team to ensure that they can restrict the batting side to a very low score. Once again, it's well played. So dots coming up, and but Sri Lanka would never really worry about that at this point in time. This time, staying on the leg side, they come back for the second run and completed comfortably in the end. So 3 runs of the first three deliveries. So two men are standing deep on the onside for Gary. This time plays it well. It's really well played. Nudged it away. Just a sweet touch and hit it with precision. So a boundary, a much needed boundary for Sri Lanka and Gary. And just a very elegant touch ensured that the ball went to the fence comfortably.
No, special container is here. If you want coffee, cold water I'll get for you. Thank you.
This time a good comeback. So at the end of 22 overs, 92 for 2. So somewhere 105 to 110 would be a very good score for Sri Lanka at the end of 25 overs. So at the end of 22 overs, in fact, approximately the halfway mark of the first innings, and Sri Lanka are 92 for 2, as we have mentioned. So what really matters from here is that till the 35th over mark, if they can do this, if they can play around 4.5 to 5 runs an over, that's going to really work for them. And from there on,
Oh, lovely. Thank you.
and from there on, the other batters to come, if they can go strike, go big, and that's definitely going to help them. That's well defended. Once again, keeping the length perfect here, Manuel. So, looks like India are having a clear plan here. They are looking to bowl the left arm spinner. They are looking to bowl as much as is possible to the right hander. As far as the left arm spinner is concerned, that's a wide ball. This time marginally wide, and the umpire calls a wide ball. This time well defended. Once again, keeping the off stump line perfect, intact, ensuring that there is no width or room or any kind of you know opportunity to hit the ball. Once again, perfect bowling. This a string of dot balls here. That's the magic of what dot balls can do. Any format of the game, if you're gonna keep the dot balls intact, this time plays it well, but single denied in the end. So end of 23 overs, Sri Lanka 93 for 2. Uh, you know, with Gary, the batsman settled at the other end, he will look to definitely accelerate at some point in time because uh, understanding the he's definitely understood the wicket at the moment. He's picking the right deliveries to hit it out. So what India could look to do is definitely get that breakthrough. In the next 2 to 3 overs, if they can get that breakthrough, nothing better than that for India. It's a good stop on the outfield. So India are doing really good with their ground field over here, stopping those singles and not giving much of runs. Appeal for leg before, but the umpire denies the appeal. Great bowling this from you know the spinners because they have understood that in tandem if they can operate, that's going to help them, benefit them hugely. This time they go for a single on the offside, so going good here. As India are doing well in this game. Yesterday India went on to win the game test match against England comfortably and registering the highest runs by margin in their history. So getting back to this game, fourth ball of the 24th over. That's a fine shot, but there is protection over there on the boundary, so they'll just get a single. India won't mind if the runs are gonna come of good balls or rather of good shots. What they'll think of is that they have to keep the line perfect and keep the line as perfect as possible. Once again they go for a single. So end of the 24th over. End of 24 overs, Sri Lanka are
Well done, Shabash.
A great stop, denying a single. So 100 up for Sri Lanka at the end of 25 overs, 101 for two. In fact, in my opinion, definitely Sri Lanka in a very good situation. Or in fact, at the right track, 101 for two is a pretty decent score to be in a at the end of 25 overs. Pretty important for them because as far as a lot of cricket is concerned, I mean, take it any format of the game. If we are gonna play it, if it's a test match, you can play it session by session. If it's a test match, you can play it session by session. If it's a one day cricket, you can play it. Look, they looked like a partnership was building up. India have struck here, and pretty important for India to keep chipping up with those wickets because if once so there we go, the replay, the ball just drifting through, and a very good catch behind the stumps, resulting in the third wicket for Sri Lanka. So India, if they can get these wickets consistently well here, so they can restrict the run flow, and more importantly, from India's point of view, they will look to not give those big partnerships because partnerships win you games. So once if they stop those partnerships in regular intervals, which in turn they can do by picking up wickets, so which will definitely help them to restrict Sri Lanka under a very formidable score. But at the other end, what will Sri Lanka look to do? They will look to they'll look to build those partnerships. I mean, whatever we have said in the past, if India would look to break those partnerships, but in turn, what Sri Lanka will do is that they'll look to consolidate. They look to play for a while. Somewhere around 4 to 5 runs an over in the next 10 to 12 overs should really be sufficient for Sri Lanka to set that particular base, and launch from there on. This will be the plan, and more importantly, Gary, the settled batsman at the other end. So if he can, anchor through, through the overs, if he can stay there for at least next 10 to 15 overs, then Sri Lanka are on course for a very good, very formidable total here. So a long off, and a white long off, and a long on for the new batter. Oh, once again plays it late. They'll get a single to third man. So Ratan coming on to bowl the final delivery of the 26th over. So mid off comes up for Gary, the left-handed, and the square leg fielder has been pushed finer to fine leg. They go for a single, so they just rotate the strike. At the end of 26 overs, Sri Lanka 104 for 3. What Sri Lanka would definitely expect is, a set batsman to stay till the very end, because this wicket definitely has some help for the spinners. So, India operating with spinners at the moment from both the ends. So, if they can, try to consolidate that and play for a while, because if on this wicket, if someone is set, uh, I personally feel that, they can definitely, have a mark on this game. So, that's very important as far as Sri Lanka are concerned. Someone has to stay through. So, Manuel is here to bowl his fourth over. The spinners have been pretty economical today for India, and they have extracted that help off the wicket, and they have put it to full use. That's cut well this time. Single to sweep a cover. That's well played this time. They're dragging the batters on the front foot, not offering them much on the back foot. So that's been a common strategy as far as the spinners are concerned. In fact, specifically the left arm spinners, they're dragging the batsman forward. Once again, very good on the line and length. This time Blazer on the onside. Slight miscommunication there. But in the end, no. This time staying on the leg side. They're chasing the ball and they stop it eventually. So they'll get a couple of runs here. Just staying on in the line, and the batsman making full use of it and getting a couple of runs. So at the end of 27 overs, Sri Lanka 107 for 3. They are like just looking to push the overs along with their spinners, and considerably, as we have spoken, they have done a pretty decent job up to now.
You know that Messi is no good at.
So Ratan to continue for India. In fact, he's picked up a wicket to his name. That's good bowling there. So how are Sri Lanka going to approach this game? I know it's very important that in any form of the game, you play the game. You know, you put yourself through phases. You go through phases. Oh, that's good bowling there. Just getting the batsman beaten on the back foot. So as we're speaking, if you're going to win phases, be it Test cricket, be it one day cricket or any other format. Once again, replay of the previous delivery there. So the team that wins in a particular cricket game on the ground. End of 27 overs. Sri Lanka are 107, 108 for 3 at the end of 28 overs. So 28 overs have just concluded, and Gary at the other end has got 38 runs to his name up to now, and very crucial in building an innings from here, because a set batter can prove to be dangerous for a side. In fact, for the Sri Lanka national side, someone like Dhananjaya De Silva does the same thing. He's called the crisis man of the Sri Lankan side. He does this for the Sri Lankan side whenever they're under crisis, and at the moment Gary is doing the job here. For this time goes for the shot, a wide ball, and that eventually reaches the fence. So 5 runs here, wide plus 4 bonus runs that for Sri Lanka. They'll take it up with both the hands, won't they? So 11 run boundary, and in fact 6 wides, which included 5 wides. This time goes on the sweep, once again called a wide by the umpire, this time down the leg side. So slight change in the line in this over, resulting in a few extras. This time once again played on the leg side, but a single denied by the non-striker. Once again, that's well defended. So end of 29 overs, Sri Lanka are 120 for 3. So pretty good platform set here. At the 5 overs time, they can look to accelerate If both these batters can be set, they can definitely give the batters some time cushion to go ahead and go for their shots, because wickets in hand plays a crucial role towards the end, as batters have the freedom to go for their shots. That's exactly what they would want. You would want as a batting unit to have that freedom to go big in those last overs. Plays a huge role. That's not an appeal that onto the pads, but not given by the umpire. The ball drifted through. The batsman just playing it across the line, and the ball managing to hit the pad, but no harm there for Sri Lanka. Once again, this time down the leg side. So we get a couple of runs here. Sam plays it down the ground. That looked to play it down the ground, but eventually the ball has reached the third man region. Perfectly bowling to the field. Now not conceding much boundaries there, but then the previous over had few extras. A few extras were bowled, and eventually made the previous over a costly over. So Sri Lanka pretty much full toss ball this time around, but that's well kept. But once again a wide ball. So the final delivery of the 30th over coming up. In fact, they can look to consolidate. Once again, that's well played. So end of 30 overs, Sri Lanka 125 for 3. And it's time for a drinks break, as both the teams look to re-strategize and get back, and look to do better in the departments that they have made mistakes. That's well played. A single. So post the drinks break, always there is re-strategizing of things. There is sometimes a lapse in concentration as far as the batters are concerned, and as far as the bowling team is concerned, they should look to exploit that. And the batters at the other end, so should look to switch on and switch off.
We do have 2 sets of
And
trophies.
just look to get back.
We've got another lot of that.
Great shot this time. They come back for the second, and that's good running. So post the break, Gary is looking to set the momentum here. 3 runs of the first 2 deliveries of Avinash. That's well played. This time slightly fuller, letting the batsman to defend. Goes well on the onside, slightly aerial, but no harm there. They'll just get a single. So 4 runs coming of the first 4 deliveries of this over. Once again a single, this time to sweeper. So perfectly bowling to their field here. India on a few occasions, yes, they have tend to bowl slightly wider deliveries, but other than that, other than the extras, they've been intact, right on point. So Gary, the crucial man here for Sri Lanka. There are both long on and long off down the ground. Saying this is going for big shots. This time staying on the leg side, but there is protection there, so they'll just get a single.
Well done, Viren. Very well done.
So, in fact, for both the batters, for the left-hander, they have protection on the boundary down the ground. So that's very important to stop those boundaries. At the end of 31 overs, Sri Lanka are 131 for 3. So another 14 overs to go.
Now I have become very clever.
Somewhere around 95 to 100 runs should help them. That's a good shot this time. There is a man there chasing the ball, but indeed that goes for a 4. So much needed boundary. Just flicking it off the wrist here, Gary. That takes him to 48. Just 2 runs required for a very well played 50. I mean, considering the circumstances that he came in after a pretty decent start, that's a good shot. That fielder couldn't really stop the ball there. This time once again cuts hard, cuts well. That's a 4, and that's the 50 here for Gary. A very well made 50. 52 runs of 80 balls. And has to carry his team through here. And go get a big score. That's going to help Sri Lanka. That shot. And he placed it beautifully on the offside. So 8 runs coming of the first 2 balls. Emmanuel will definitely look to make a comeback here. Just staying in line and length. The first 2 balls. Just missing his run up there. So, just a small correction in line and length would help India here. This time goes across the line. They come back for the second, in fact. No, in the end, denied in the end. So, 9 runs coming of the first 3 deliveries here. Looks like, this could turn out to be a very eventful over as far as Sri Lanka are concerned. This time he's played it well, and it's a good stop at short third, so they'll get a single. Suppose the drinks break, Sri Lanka have put their leg on the accelerator. This time cuts it well. Once again, protection there at the boundary. So the final ball of the 32nd over coming up. So 2 men deep on the offside for the right-handed. That's well consolidated, well defended in the end. So at the end of 32 overs, Sri Lanka 142 for 3. And as we have discussed, post the drinks break, they have had 2 really good overs to, which ensures that there is some flow. There are flow of runs that's coming in. And if India can look to break the partnership here, that's going to help them, because if they are going to let this partnership go big, it's going to bloom out and definitely cause danger, and it could be really dangerous. But at the other end, Sri Lanka, things going as good for them as of now, and very much needed for them. If they have to set the base and get a target around, say, 250 to 270, would be a really good target on this ground. With the pitch assisting the spinners, if they can hit the right length, it's really assisting the spinners. So it will be an interesting battle ahead. This time bowled him. So that's the end of Gary. Has to walk back after a very well played innings of 54 runs. So played through, after the first wicket was gone, played through and consolidated the initial phase, and has to walk back after a very well made 54. Well played, Gary. So India, as we have spoken, it is the commentator's curse that India have got that wicket here, and things are going good here for India as they have expected. They have got the very important wicket of Gary here, and a string of dot balls, and 2 wickets maybe moving ahead in the next 3 to 4 overs is going to benefit India definitely. That's good. That's a good ball to start for the new batsman. Goes for the shot, but this time they'll get to the boundary. So Richie has, got off to the mark, got off the mark with the boundary down the ground. Fine shot there. I mean, I was just looking to toss the ball up, and Richie perfect to the occasion. Reacts well to the ball, and we get a boundary. Oh, this time around, batsman is beaten. Oh, that's well played. Single denied in the end. So, in fact, that's the reason that that fielder has been placed there, standing like a catching covers. So, end of 33 overs, 146 for 4, Sri Lanka. Post the wicket, that's the part of cricket. It is that one good partnership is broken. The batting team needs to take time to build another, and especially if in space, if in the middle overs there is a huge partnership that is broken, there is definitely need to build one moving ahead. So India will definitely look to get one more here, and it will ensure that they can have more control over the game if they can get one more at this point in time. It's driven it, but straight to the man. So Emmanuel starts to well. They'll settle for a single, as there was protection at long on. He carried well, but once again well fielded. So post that wicket, India, looking to get some control over the game, looking to stop those singles, looking to reduce the run flow. Because these singles can, prove to be every run saved is going to be crucial in deciding the result of the game. This time hit down the ground, but there is a man there and comfortably collects it. So they'll just get a single.
Well done, Viren. Very well done.
That's good fielding there on the boundary by Viren. Very well done. Oh, they go for a single there. A chase on the boundary. Eventually, he collects the ball, so they end up getting a couple of runs. So just 4 runs conceded of the first 5 balls. Definitely, Emmanuel look to end this over well, or rather end this note on a high. What's he gonna do? Last ball of 34th over coming up. Goes down the ground. Has he placed it well this time? Yes, indeed. He's placed it to perfection. That's a fine shot there. So at the end of 34 overs, a boundary to complete the 34th over, 154 for 4 Sri Lanka. This over going really well, but with that boundary, 8 runs coming off the 34th over for Sri Lanka. Coming down the ground and connects it really well. Just tossing the ball up, and Keith was right up to the occasion. Once again, goes for the sweep. But can't, get the maximum there. Once again, extra bounce off the wicket. This time extra bounce doing the trick there. Just getting it right on the spot. And a hint of extra bounce showing up. This time once again on the leg side. So 3 dot balls of the 35th over. Start of the over. This time goes for the single. Yeah, except for those odd boundaries, and in the 2 overs phase, bowled a few extras, but other than that, they have been perfectly all right with their lengths. That's well played this time. A single to sweep a cover. It just nudges the ball. On the offside, there's a sweeper, and otherwise, everybody's staying in. This time, that's well played. On the offside, that's well stopped on the boundary. They get a couple of runs. So end of the 35th over, 158 for 4. So we are reaching, the last 10 overs of the game, which we can also call it the death overs of the game, maybe. Yeah, so in this phase, they can look to maybe just one more over to go. Yeah, but then from here on, if they can just plan on how to play those next 10 overs to get to somewhere around 240 to 250, if they can get to that score, I think, it will definitely be a very much defendable target on this wicket. Because doesn't look like, it'll be one of the easiest wickets to chase the target down. So somewhere around 240 to 250, Sri Lanka will be definitely hopeful of defending the target. But on the other hand, India, they need wickets at the moment, and they need to stop those boundaries. If they can stop those boundaries, that's definitely going to, help their cause.
Raju came out. gone, no? I'll do that. 35 is gone.
So dot ball to start
So
the
Balaji,
36th
see,
over.
this is a scenario now. 36 over, he's gone back, yeah. And Raju has come out. Raju.
This time it's cut it well
So Raju has now
on the
fielded for
offside.
35 overs.
That's a single.
This Raju has fielded for 35 overs. No, 35 is gone. This Raju. So this is a scenario, say. Viren has to remain after 35 overs. Viren Patel. He has remained there for 25 overs. Only first 10 overs. He was out between 10 to 20. Yes. Then there is one Rajendra Bumla. He has also completed 25 overs. So he has to be there for 10 overs. Yeah.
So in fact, a couple of runs break.
Mario has got
Bowling really well here.
25 overs.
Just a single
He has to
run.
remain there. Yeah. And now Balaji has completed 30 overs. Now he has gone. Balaji must remain there. Balaji is this.
Once again, well defended.
He has to field for 5 more overs to ensure 35.
Good length that from Manuel.
It was 30 to 35, he was out. He can if he wants to. Yeah.
Once again, beaten on the back foot.
30. He has to just field for 35 more overs and then our all Hisab is complete. Right? Yeah, we agree. Sometimes I am very clever. Yeah.
The last ball of the 36th over coming up.
John, sometimes I am
He's pulled it well this time. That's gone all the way for a maximum. Much needed maximum. Richie capitalizing on the short ball. So at the end of 36 overs, 165 for 4. But even though after that 6, Emmanuel has just conceded 7 runs of that over, using the short ball to the maximum potential there. Richie, it's gone over the fence.
wickets in the 5.
End of 36 overs, Sri Lanka 165-4, and the death overs coming up. So the last 9 overs, very, very crucial for Sri Lanka. They look to have those wickets in hand, because if they have those wickets in hand, as we have spoken a few overs back, the freedom to go for the shots, that's very, very important. With wickets in hand, you actually get that freedom to go for your shots, and just take the runs that come your way. That's a very important thing. So there is a man at sweeper cover now, and and there is a long off and a long on. He's played well. So they've hit good lengths here, and very important at this pace for India is to get a wicket. Once again, single denied by an striker. Played it on the offside through third man, but couldn't really get past. We've seen a lot of times in international cricket also what wickets in hand can do, how dangerous it can be. It can prove to be because, for a simple fact that if you can get value for your shots towards the death overs, nothing better than that. You can definitely go 20 ahead than the projected score. 20, 30 ahead. And, at the end of the first innings, you are at the driver's seat. So that's very, very important. So 4 dot balls coming off this over. Once again, it's well fielded on short third. So the final ball coming up. Can Avinash, end up bowling this as a maiden over? 5 dots in a row. It's well defended. So a maiden over of the 37th after 37 overs. Sri Lanka 165-4, and a very important maiden over as far as the context of the game is concerned. If you can pull off these dot balls, and it's definitely going to help the team's cost. Just reducing those volume of runs. These dot balls can prove to be crucial towards the very end. So five fielders now allowed outside the 30-yard circle for India. So they can drag as much as overs as possible with the 5 fielders outside. This time a thick edge, but that's just a single. So here Ratan is bowling perfectly here. In fact, the Indian spinners have ensured that if they have conceded a costly over, they come back with 2 economical overs. That's been a strategy for India. This time goes aerial. Has he put it in the gap? Yes, he has put it in the gap. It's a great shot from Richie. Fine shot that. Just using the field set, exploiting the field set to perfection. So one more man goes back on the offside. This time once again goes for the shot. But once again, the fielder just coming too much inside the boundary line. That results in another boundary there. Once again, the same shot, but this time around, once again finds the gap. So Richie getting 2 boundaries here of Ratan. So 10 runs coming of the first 4 balls. That's well played once again. They might push back for a second. No, they settle for a single indeed. Last ball of the 38th over. Last ball of the 38th over coming up. So 11 runs up to now. Once again, this time he's hit it on the onside. He'll just get a single. So 12 runs coming off the 38th over. At the end of 38 overs, Sri Lanka are 177 for 4. And Richie, is flexing his arms hard here. Is definitely, looking to accelerate. And if India can just get that wicket here, it would be very helpful for them in reducing the total at least by 20 to 30 runs. But if Richie and his partner Keith at the other end stay through for a while, worrying signs for India. So with another 12 minutes on the clock, if India can after that point in time India has to ensure that they should bring one fielder back into the circle. At this point in time, they have five fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Once they are outside of them, they can only have four. Okay, well, this time that was for single in the end. This time around, slightly down the leg side, but no harm in the end. Just one run coming of the first three balls. Oh, definitely they'll look for a boundary in the last three deliveries to come up. Second, well defended. In fact, Avinash just bowling the nagging length. Oh, this length is definitely, making the batter struggle. Once again, well stopped that. Good fielding that inside the 30-yard circle on the onside. The last ball of 39th over coming up. It's played well. In fact, he snatched a single in the end. End of 39 overs, 179 for 4. Sri Lanka. So, even on this occasion, India come back with a very economical over. So, good strategies this from India. They have ensured that, they're not.
India Sri Lanka India Sri Lanka old bra
So Ratan to continue from this end. Once again, hits it well. Plays it well to perfection. That's a boundary. That's a good shot. Richie, in fact, getting his third boundary in that region on the offside. Today he's batted really well. In fact, getting 3 boundaries on that particular region. He hit it really well. I mean, not looking to hit the ball very hard. He's just looking to time it and looking to place it more importantly. This time cuts it. Just a single. So 5 runs coming of the first 2 balls here, and Sri Lanka, after the previous over just going for 2 runs, will definitely look to consolidate here, and they look to ensure that they need to play long. Onto the leg side, just stays in line and pays the price for it. With another boundary. So 9 runs coming of the first 3 balls. So Sri Lanka just 5.3 overs to go on from here, and they can ensure that if they have to do something, it's the right time is now to go press the accelerator, and they're looking to do that. Ratan coming on to bowl the 4th ball here. Oh, this time around keeps it on the off stump. The batsman is beaten. So the field set pretty much the same. There's just this time around once again. looked to play it late, but eventually got beaten there. The batter. This time he's gone for the sweep, but that's got a wide by the umpire. The final ball of the 40th over coming up, and a very formidable score here, Sri Lanka. He goes for the shot, but he just get a single to long on. At the end of 40 overs, Sri Lanka are 190 for 4. 190 for 4. So, what would be an ideal total from here? Sri Lanka can look to get around 50 to 60 runs if they can look to get 50 to 60 runs of the last 5 overs. As we have spoken, somewhere around 240 to 50, 250 can be a very good target. And especially if on this wicket, if two of your bowlers can be perfectly economic, they can definitely look to get that. Winning formula, because in a 45 over game, if two of your bowlers are going to keep one end tight, batsmen are going to look to attack those other bowlers, and eventually pressure is going to pile up, and the probability of the other bowler getting wickets is really high. So in that way, in the next 5 overs, 50 to 60 runs, Sri Lanka would target definitely. This time a full toss ball. He's hit it well. But the fielder does well. They get a couple of runs. So 2 runs of the first 2 balls. Both the batters well set here. Very important for India to strike here, get a breakthrough. This partnership goes on. In fact, that's the 50-run partnership. Very well played by both the batters. Just 48 balls. Saying 48 balls to get that 50-run partnership here. Oh, that's well. But they don't get that single in the end. So the last 4 balls coming up.
From the hotel. Okay. We've got them in our room.
Step pulls it well on the onside. There's a huge chase for the fielder, but eventually collects the ball. Then get a couple of runs. So Sri Lanka ensuring that they don't play as much dot balls at this point in time, because every single run counts, and it's going to be very crucial in what is going to be the second innings as far as the Indian batting innings is concerned. This time around plays it well on the outside. They're playing beautifully with the field here, the Sri Lankans, ensuring that they are playing in the minds of the bowlers, which in turn is helping for their So, just 5 runs conceded of the first 4 balls here. Played well for a single. Considering the circumstance, India are definitely have bowled a very economical over here. The final ball coming up. Goes for the shot of the final ball. But they look to come back for a second, but eventually in the end deny their call. So just 7 runs coming off that over at the end of 41 overs. Sri Lanka are 197 for 4. The last 4 overs, it's pretty important for them to look to get at least 40 to 45 runs, because if they can get that on this particular wicket, it's going to be a very competitive target.
அப்படியே சொல்லி உட்கார சொல்ல
Pretty important that keeping the target in mind and batting through becomes very very important. So as far as the bowling, look to bounce back every time they have been hit for at least 10 to 12 runs and over. They've looked to bounce. In any format of the game, if you're giving back after a setback, that shows what team spirit is.
10 நாளைக்கு 2000 நீ அப்படிதான் கணக்கு போட்டுக்கிறேன் சரிங்க சரி ஒரு நாளைக்கு 6000 பண்றியா அப்படிலாம் கிடையாது ஒரு நாளைக்கு 2000 ரூபாய் அவ்வளோதான் ஒருத்தருக்கு 3 பேர்லாம் கிடையாது அவன் சொன்னான் ஒருத்தருன்னு அவ்வளோதான் 10 நிமிஷம் செலவு பண்ண வேண்டாம்
Go for it, boys! You doing that?
So at the end of 43 overs, 2-1-5 for 4. The last 2 overs coming up, and Avinash to bowl the 44th over here. The penultimate over, normally considered as the most important over, and the best of the bowlers bowl that over. He did it well. He's pulled it well, and they'll get a boundary. So he trying to hit it front of square, and he's hit it to perfection here. It's a fine shot. So that's Kate's 50 there. Very well played 50. So, very important in the context of the game. When, the fourth wicket fell, third and fourth wicket fell in quick time, he came up and played well. Once again, tries to go and gone this time. A good catch at fine leg. So Kate has to walk back after a very well made 50. Has to work back for 51. So Sri Lanka here 219 for 5. That's the wicket of Keith, and Ratan, has definitely reduced the damage here. Definitely would be fair to say, the way Keith was batting, definitely Ratan has reduced the damage here for India by picking up the wicket in the penultimate over. So, as much as India can reduce the total from here, it would be definitely helpful for them, considering the fact that India are looking at least a total below 240. Anything below 240, India would take it with both hands. So, of the next 11 balls, if they can reduce Sri Lanka to less than 20 runs from here, nothing better than that for India. So, guys, Ratan getting his second wicket here and providing an important breakthrough in the penultimate over. It's time full toss. He's hit it. Just a single. Leg by signal by the umpire. So 5 runs and a wicket of the first 3 balls. So as we've spoken, anything less than 20 runs, or anything less than 240 from here, India would be the happier side. But with Richie at the other end hitting really well, he'll look to take the score ahead. This time he cuts it well. On the offside, just a single. So they're running on overthrows. In fact, they come back for third run here. So 3 runs. So due to a small misfield, 2 extra runs there for Sri Lanka. Three runs there. He moves to 41 with that triple. So the 5th ball coming up of this over. Bowled him. So Ratan gets his 3rd. And Sri Lanka lose the 6th wicket here. And more importantly, in this phase of the game, it's a dot ball. More than a wicket, it's a dot ball. More value at the moment. So Ratan has got a 3-4 to his name. And will definitely look to take the total, because for a simple reason that he's given 8 runs and picked up 2 wickets, and with just 1 more ball to go, if he doesn't concede a boundary of this particular delivery, he would be more than happy. So the first ball of the final over coming up. Oh, goes for the shot once again. Bowled him. So Ratan gets his 4th wicket here. So 2 consecutive wickets. In fact, that's the end of the penultimate over. That's the end of the penultimate over. Like 2, 2, 3 for 7 in no time. But one thing is that Richie, the settled batsman, is at the other end. So that's very important. If he can take, strike for the maximum number of balls in the final over, that's gonna help them, because if they can play for at least the last over with just 6 balls left, if he can take strike for all 6 balls, mind you, that's the maximum possibility. So if he can take strike for the maximum balls and get around 15 to 20 runs, this final over. So nowhere to go, and there's slight confusion in the number of overs. We'll surely update you on it with some clarification. So the final over will be bowled, and 2, 2, 3 for 7. Sri Lanka has just spoken. Kushal will be the man. Legma is the new man in, and Richie will take strike. So the new batter is at the non-strike end, and Richie will take strike. So as we have spoken, anything between 15 to 20 runs off the final over is going to help Sri Lanka's cause. Goes for the shot, but just gets a single as there's protection there. So Kushal, the new man in, will definitely, keep one thing in his mind, that he has to just get a single and just go to the other end. That will be in the minds, as Richie, as you've spoken, is the settled batsman out there, and it's important that he should take majority of strike. Bowled him. So once again, bowls on the slot, and you miss, I hit. Avinash gets his second wicket, and Sri Lanka at the moment are 8 down. So in the last 2 overs, they've lost around 4 wickets. So that has definitely, put India back into the equation. And somewhere, we are talking about 240 to 250, as the target that was required. But at the moment, they're 4 for 8 with just 4 more balls to go. And mind you, even at this point in time, of the last 4 balls, if Richie can take strike for 3 balls, anything might happen. Around 12 to 14 runs is a mere possibility. Just a single of this ball is all Sri Lanka want. Well, down the ground, it's a single. So for the last 3 balls, he has to take strike in order to ensure that somewhere around 230, 240 mark, 235 to 240 mark, if they can reach that score, it would be a great target for India. Played well, he's nudged it well, but they'll just get a single. There's protection inside 30-yard circle, both a backward point and a short touch. So the last 2 balls of the innings coming up. Once again, this time picks the gap beautifully, and there is a chase for the fielder, but the ball wins the race. That's a boundary. Sri Lanka gets to 230, and the last ball coming up. Korean picked the gap beautifully. The gap between Shot third man and backward point. Placed it to perfection. Third man slightly finer now. This time goes over, goes aerial, but tries to go aerial, but just gets a single in the end. So at the end of 45 overs, 231 for 8 is what Sri Lanka have posted. So 232 to win for India to win this game and go ahead in this tournament. So Sri Lanka have posted a very very formidable target of 231 for 8, as you have spoken. It's their turn to now come and have a bowl to defend 232 runs. Sri Lanka maybe would have expected 20 more runs. They would have slightly felt that because from the situation that they were, they have lost wickets. So, but India would be the happiest side at the moment. But definitely a defendable target this. So we have a great game in our hands, guys. We'll definitely resume back in the second inning. Thank you very much. They are a huge part of this event, and we thank our sponsors, Kesar Gift Mark, Season Leo, Stepstone, Start Living, Porters, UN School, Rotary Club of Madras East, Sunbis, and Crick Heroes, the Cricket Network winners, and Train and Scaling New Height, Miracle, Nexus, and MacWise. Thank you very much, sponsors. You are a huge part in hosting this tournament, and thank you very much for your contribution.
அந்த பையன் வரேன் அவன் வர
டைமிங் தான் அது சீக்கிரம் மேட்ச் முடிஞ்சா சீக்கிரம் இப்போ வரும் நீங்கள் எத்தனை வரீங்களா ஆமாம் வரும் அதனால் 10 ஓவர் மட்டும் இப்போ உங்களுக்கு டைம் வந்து
எங்களுக்கு தனியாக காலையிலேயே ரெண்டு சாப்பிடணும் அதனால தான்
அது 10 ஏன் 20 சாப்பாடு எக்ஸ்ட்ரா சொன்னாங்க உங்களுக்கு அந்த ரூல் போகிறேன் அவன் கேட்குறேன் 20 சாப்பாடு எக்ஸ்ட்ரா சொன்னாங்க
So with around 230 being the target, there is nothing much to hurry. I mean, to be very honest, because the required run rate, if we can roughly calculate, is around 5.1. So it's very much achievable. But the thing is that they shouldn't lose their wickets. I mean, a target somewhere around 231 or rather 32 is definitely it's in that tricky zone, because these kinds of targets, if you're going to lose wickets early, or rather if you're not going to build those partnerships, they are going to end up tricking you. So it's pretty important that there must be one pair that must stay throughout, or rather not throughout, maybe at least halfway. I mean, 110 run partnership, 120 run partnership, and from there on, if one batsman can settle through and play throughout, that should be an easy win. But at the other end, Sri Lanka must bowl dot balls. Keep the pressure going, and in turn, if those pressure can definitely get those wickets, nothing better than that for Sri Lanka. So this should be the plan as far as both teams are concerned, moving ahead in this game. So second over to resume here. A 12 stop, the dot ball. So pretty good start here for the Sri Lanka. One good thing is that they need to get that initial breakthrough. If they can get that, that would be such a pleasant start. But at the other end, India have to, play through the new ball initially. That's well bowled. Right on the slot, that. Well left by the batsman. Sanjay. It's a good shot. Well played for single. Good play for a single. So as much as the pink ball is concerned, initially there is a movement of the wicket. So it is better that the Indian batters just stay through. Just stay in the crease. I think that would be the mantra as far as the Indian batters are concerned. That's well played, but stopped indeed.
Okay.
Full time down the leg side. They'll steal a single, so that's a leg by, signal by the umpire. First extra, or in fact second extra of the innings. Final ball of the second over. So good start as far as Sri Lanka are concerned. That's driven, well driven that. That's a fine shot, but there's protection. The long off fielder covers the ball up, so a single to end the second over. At the end of 2 overs, India are 4 for no loss. India, don't have to worry much as if they can, play till the shine of the ball goes away. That's going to be, that's going to be their first task, because at the moment the shine of the ball goes away, definitely the runs will flow. So that's a very important feature as far as the pink ball is concerned, as we have discussed earlier. So it would be better if the Indian team, even though if they are say around 6 overs, 20 for no loss, for instance, I think that they could be happy, because if you're going to see through the new ball and not lose wickets in it, that's the best thing. But at the other end, Sri Lanka have won wickets. It's a good shot. Straight to the man at mid on. Couldn't really pick the shot up there, Sanjay. This time onto the pad, across the line. The umpire decides otherwise. So appeal denied in the end. So somewhere down the line, they can play down the ground. That would be a good option for India. This time plays it straight from mid on. So once again, this is good bowling here from Nalin, ensuring that he's not giving much of width when he's bowling on the leg side. He's bowling on the body line. So this time once again it's hit hard, but well stopped there. Sri Lanka started well here with the ball, not giving any loose balls. Just looking to bowl those dot balls. Very important that time around. It's on the start. But honestly speaking, Sanjay would be disappointed with that ball. Maybe it was a boundary there. It was definitely, asking to be hit. There's a boundary there, maybe. Once again, great length that. Hitting the right length here, Nalin. Excellent, a maiden over there. Very important that for Sri Lanka. At the end of 3 overs, India 4 for no loss. Maybe India, although as we have discussed earlier, they are actually on the right track. They haven't lost any wickets. So till the point where you don't lose wickets to the new ball, it's going to help you moving ahead in the game. So a spinner from this end, Sri Lanka. As far as the field is concerned, the first 9 overs we have the power play, and in the power play, there can only be 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. As you all know, in across formats, there is across the white ball formats, there is this the rule that you can only have 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So in this 45-over format, 9 overs we have the power play, and after that we can have 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, and at least we should have 4 fielders inside the 30-yard circle. There should be 4 fielders, and outside we can have 5. So other than that, so the power play, India should look to capitalize, but at the same time not lose wickets to the new ball. That becomes key here. 228 runs required here of the next 42 overs. So Sanjay on strike. Down the leg side. They might come back for a second, and they come back easily indeed. So that's 3 runs. In fact, 3 wides of the first ball, to be more precise. Or rather, not a wide called by the umpire. Beg your pardon. Wide not called by the umpire. It is signaled bad. Beg your pardon. So Lal bowled a very good first over. So we'll definitely look to get his lines right. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery there. Appeal for leg before. Oh, the action from the umpire in the end. That's a good comeback. That's a good line, in fact. Well played this time. Straight to the fielder this time around. The backward point is slightly finer which means that there is a good gap on the offside that India can exploit. Oh, this time around, beautiful ball that just drifts in. And we've spoken about how good a track this is. How good a track this is for the spinners. Assisted beautifully, and if you can hit that length, it's gonna help you. That's a beauty. That lovely ball. Getting the lines right here. Sri Lanka and Lal doing a beautiful job. Just the last ball coming up, just 2 runs conceded of the first 5 balls. Goes for the cut, but once again straight to the fielder. So end of the first 4 overs, India are 6 for no loss. Definitely not a start that India should panic, but then the lengths have been pinpoint perfect here from Sri Lanka, considering the fact that they have not bowled much of loose deliveries. Yes, 1 or 2 deliveries down the leg side, but yeah, other than that, they have been perfect on point. Not really giving the batsmen opportunity to score much. And both the bowlers at Lal at one end and Nareen at the other end have been very good with the ball, and hope Sri Lanka will hope that they continue with that with the ball and eventually get wickets for them. Once again, this time staying slightly down the offside. Called a wide by the umpire. In fact, one thing with the pink ball is that it moves away. So with the swing can sometimes result in a wide ball. That's it's a double-edged sword that with the pink ball. Once again, beautiful line. This just that off stump line creates so much of doubt in the minds of the batsman that whether to play it or not. It's a difficult line for any batsman. That this time goes for the shot over the infield, and they'll just get a single, land safely. So India will definitely look to get those singles from here. At least we'll look to play around 3 to 4 runs an over. Maybe in 2 overs time they can let the shine of the ball go away. Once again, well left by the batter. Very good length this wicket, to be very honest. The corridor of uncertainty, they call it the corridor of uncertainty. That's where the batsmen, as we have spoken, they have doubts in their mind. This time staying down the leg side, wide ball. So, second wide of this over. So 2 wides in this over. Oh, once again, ball with some communication there. Field for run out. That given gone. Sri Lanka have got their first wicket here. Just because of miscommunication, have India gift a run out over here. So just pressure doing the work here for Sri Lanka. There's the string of dot balls and just a small bit of miscommunication resulting in a run out. So that's the first wicket there for India. 9 for 1 there, India. There was an initial call, but the moment the non-striker hesitated, that's a great direct hit there. So very good throwing, pinpoint precision. That results in a run out here. So Rajinder has to walk back, and has to walk back for 2. India are 9 for 1 at the moment and need 223 runs to win. That is 223 runs to win from here. So Sri Lanka have got their first breakthrough here, and what they have to do from here is that they have to do nothing different but keep their lines pinpoint as they have done up to now. Oh, that's well played there. So Vidyadhar is the new man in for India at number 3. Pretty easy for India is that they don't have to gift wickets, as we have told time and time again. If they can see through the new ball and not get any wickets, not give away any wickets rather, that's the best thing that they can do. Because once the batters have said the runs come on their own, so that's not going to be an issue. So at the end of 5 overs, India are 9 for 1. Pretty much straight bowling there at the other end. And Naveen, the way he's bowled at this particular end, the line that he's bowled, he's done nothing great. He kept things simple. He's done the basic right. His line has been perfect. His lengths have been perfect, and eventually, that pressure has resulted in a run out. So, nevertheless, Sri Lanka have got a wicket, and they would love to, keep the lengths, similar. And if they can get one more wicket here within the next 2 or 3 overs, they're definitely in the driver's seat. Swept it well this time. That's going for 4. So that's a much needed boundary there for India. Sanjay with that shot. Swept it really well. Took the risk and got the full result for that risk. Sometimes shots like these, just put the pressure off and tend to bring confidence into a batsman. Of course, once again, hits it hard this time, but take to the man has been on. So pretty important that someone stays through, who's watching the ball well. Time is played straight once again, straight to the mid-on fielder. They've ensured that Sri Lanka have ensured that they're not giving anything onto the thigh pad or something like that. This time around, plays it once again down the leg side. They're definitely pushing for a second here, and indeed completed comfortably in the end. So that's 6 runs of this over. Sri Lanka pretty much there now, and doing things right. Those 6 runs of this over, but still they are in a better position at the moment. Once again, well defended. Keeping the lines right here, Lal. Nothing much has changed in his plans. His lengths are the same. He's having one field as long off. Oh, once again, a beautiful ball. So that's the end of the sixth over. India are 15 for 1. 6 runs came of the sixth over. And very importantly, Sanjay has got a boundary, and that will definitely boost his confidence in one way, honestly speaking, because it is pretty important that someone who's watching the ball will stay through and push that partnership, because someone who can go around, say, 80 not out, 90 not out, who can stay there and finish the game would be definitely, an important factor in these kind of tricky wickets.
Ball. I think that's ball. I'm sure.
Once again, so the dot ball to start. Nalin once again, Nalin Jayasuriya bowling beautifully here. Just a hint of width on this occasion, but batsman couldn't really capitalize. Oh, that's a jab for that. Batsman couldn't really meet the ball there with the other. Moved a hint away. Hitting the ball right on the seam. That's well timed. Straight to the fielder. Right, so India, although has spoken, they're doing the right thing here. They're not. No, look. This time he's cut it well. And they are going. He's chasing the ball, but eventually they run back. So some runs here for India. A couple of runs adding to the scoreboard. Pretty useful that, because at this point in time, if they can get some runs, it's going to help their confidence. It's well driven. Once again, straight to the fielder. Definitely, Nalin Jayasuriya exploiting the movement of the wicket. He's just keeping the ball on the right length, and the ball is doing the rest. Toss ball. Just missed a full toss. Indeed, India missed a boundary over there. He would be fed up with himself. So at the end of 7 overs, India are 17 for 1. So, of the next 38 overs, India need 215. So, to be pretty honest, the run rate has actually climbed up to nearly 5.7 overs, close to 5.6 an over. So, India will keep that in mind. They should ensure that, it doesn't go above 6, because if it reaches above 6, then it's definitely a cause of concern for India. Once again, swing and a miss. Hold him. And gone. Sanjay has to walk back. And that's what consistent line and length does. If you're going to bowl consistent line and length, you're going to trouble the batsman. And in the end, Sanjay has to walk back. So India are 17 for 2 now after 7.3 overs. And what are India going to do next? It's very important for them to build that partnership. And Sri Lanka, definitely, this needs to be said. They are on the driver's seat at the moment. Swing and a miss, and off the inside edge, the batsman was bowled. So Sanjay, who looked kind of set, has lost the wicket here. Sri Lanka are definitely having a command over the game at the moment. The end of 7.1 overs, 17 for 2, and India in a desperate need of a partnership here. Oh, that's well played. The new man, Brahmania, doing really well here. Oh, first ball to get bat on ball. That's gonna give you a lot of confidence, and he's exactly done that. But once again, perfect length that from Lal. Just that nagging length, where the batsman is forced to defend the ball. So, that's a great length that. Once again, this time, keeps it on the off stump. Just a slight difference in the line, but length being absolutely same. As a cricket fan, it's really lovely to watch. Once again, goes for the shot, but is eventually beaten on the occasion. The final ball of the 8th over coming up. Once again, defends it. So at the end of 8 overs, 17 for 2, and even full wicket made in that for Sri Lanka. In the context of the game, might be a match-turning one. The simple reason that both the batters are relatively new, and they have to consolidate for a while in order to get India out of the trouble. So Neelan is back. Aleen is back on to bowl. In fact, it's his 5th over on the trot, and why not? Just none for 6, and the way that he's bowling, the length that he's bowling, absolutely fine. On the patch, time around. So, in fact, they've maintained the new ball really well, to be pretty precise, because we are in the 9th over now, and even at this moment there is some movement. Once again, couldn't really get the shot going. So any form of the game, especially if you're going to play with a red ball or a pink ball, it's very important on how we maintain the ball, because the ball, the white ball on the leg side, white signal by the umpire. So maintaining the new ball is pretty important, because be it a red ball or a pink ball, it has its time of swinging, of a small lifespan, maybe if you can call it. This tempo hits it down the ground, but well stopped that, Nalin. So if you can maintain the new ball well, you can actually prolong the number of overs that it swings. So let's say that the lifespan of a ball is around 8 overs. That is the time that it swings. Once again, slightly wide, wide ball called by the umpire. So if you can maintain the ball, you can actually prolong it from say 8 overs to maybe 11 or 12 overs. So that's what maintaining a new ball, adds as an advantage. Many times, if you don't, if the batsman go for runs initially, the shine of the ball is gone and the swing reduces. They played it well this time. Absolutely giving nothing here, Nalin. Yes, the swing just putting out 2 wides, but then otherwise he's been perfect. But once again, well played, well stopped by the bowler himself. So at the end of 9 overs, it's 19 for 2. And India would definitely, keep an eye on that required run rate, because it's definitely climbed up to 5.9 here. And, to be precise, of the next 36 overs, India need 213 runs. That is 213 runs of 216 balls, which means that maybe in an over's time, it might climb up to 6. So once the run rate climbs up to 6, it's pressure on the batters. Go for runs. And with the way the Sri Lankan bowlers are bowling, it is definitely not going to be an easy task. Once again on the patch. Great length this Lal. 5 overs on the trot for both the bowlers, and they have delivered really well here. Goes for the shot. That's very well played. Angle to long off. So Vidya is on strike. Once again on the patch, an appeal, and he's gone, and he's given him LBW, and Vidya had to walk back. 2 runs. So Vidya has to walk back for 2. So Lal once again. It's the 3rd wicket for Sri Lanka, and he's been perfect with his line and length, and he's delivered it here once again. Now onto the patch, got it straight in, and the umpire had no hesitation. Great bowling this. Such a delight to watch. Left arm spinner hitting those lengths, right lengths. I mean, whatever said and done, you have to hit the right spots. Only then, even though the wicket might have something in it, but then till the moment you hit the right spot, it's not going to help you. So what Sri Lanka have done here is that they have hit the right length. Even when India were bowling, we touched upon this point, that they have hit the right length. If you hit the right length, the pitch is definitely going to help you. The wicket, if it has something in it, it's definitely going to help you if you hit the right length. And that's what is happening to Sri Lanka here. They've absolutely, rocked it.
Jump up and down on the hard floor.
Once again, well played. Once again, hitting the right lens here.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Oh, no, that's what we're playing in the European Championship.
So,
Oh, really?
Yeah. I reached the...
this time around, flicks it on the onside. They'll just get a single.
I had to play with his back partner
Oh, yeah.
because my usual partner was injured. I've never played with him before.
Yeah.
And we...
So the last ball of
Yeah, there's not... Yeah,
the 10th over coming up. Well defended.
that was really...
So at the end of 10 overs,
And you don't play damage when you're top, really, is it? Sweating like that.
21 for 3 India. and definitely the first 10 overs has belonged to Sri Lanka. The way they have bowled, their lens, they've hit the right lens. They have considered dot balls. They've considered runs. In fact, they've considered dots, and they've considered the batsman really well, and contained the batsman instead of conceding runs. So that's one good thing about Sri Lankan bowling today. And the first 10 overs have definitely belonged to Sri Lanka. And if India have to make a comeback from here, both these batters have to stay through for a while, and from there on, build partnerships. I mean, if you're gonna play in phases, play a 5 over phase, or target the bowlers that they want. So one big over can definitely change the momentum. Once again, it's straight to mid on. So the second ball coming up. It's well defended. In fact, even post the 10th over, Sri Lanka have only not put all of their fielders behind. That's been their quality today. That's well stopped. In fact, a misfield. They get a quick single here. So as we're speaking, we are in the 11th over, and the way Sri Lanka have bowled has been really exciting to watch. Not giving any runs, anything to be hit, and they are definitely in a spot of bother at the moment. Both the batters, Subhash and Subramania, have to play through here in order to get India out of this situation. Many times we've seen international cricketers, someone like Virat Kohli, where India were 2 for 3, how Virat Kohli and KL Rahul got India out of the situation. Can both these batters do a similar thing out here? This time driven well, but straight to the mid-off fielder. Bowling really well here, the Sri Lankans. Down the leg side. A chase for the fielder.
Come on, guys, go!
They haven't come back for a second here. In fact, they've just settled for a single. Two wides signaled by the umpire. Driven well this time, but straight to the fielder. They haven't really picked the gaps today, the Indian batters. No, couldn't utilize or capitalize on 1, 2, 3 loose deliveries, that is full toss balls. But other than that, bowling has been really good. It's well played. Giving nothing away, the Sri Lankan bowler. At the end of 11 overs, India are 24 for 3. Definitely in a spot of bother here, India. But will definitely will spinner Lal come back for a 6th over? We have to wait and see if he comes back for a consecutive 6th over, because it's not really in hot and humid conditions. Never really easy to bowl. Yes, he's back for a 6th over here. So 6 overs on the trot. Never really easy. Oh, that's excellent. That great to watch. Once again, defended well. Great to watch this. Goes for the shot. But it stopped it beautifully there. Lal. Once again defends it. Great line and length. Not giving the batsman any opportunities. Driven this time. This time picks the gap. It's a great shot. And chase for the fielder, and the ball eventually wins the race. So much needed boundary there for India. Subramania slightly, tossed it up outside the off stump. And he hit it with full authority and placed it for a boundary. So much needed boundary here. And Lal, you never really can call it a bad delivery or a loose delivery. The batsman was up to the task. Oh, that's a good ball. That
Just very short leg wicket.
brushing the outside edge. At the end of 12 overs, India are 28 for 3. And definitely, as we have spoken, the run rate has climbed above 6 here. And if India can, put up that partnership, get 20-30 quick runs, or rather maybe a run a ball 30 from here, that will do their very much good to their cause. Because to be pretty precise, if they can get that 20-25 run a ball 20-25 partnership from there on, the boundaries will start to come. The field will spread up. But we'll hope that the Sri Lankan bowlers will definitely not give that luxury for the Indian batters, because up to now they have not given much of loose deliveries. They've been right on the money, and 3 wickets, and that's mainly because of the dot ball pressure that created with the ball, and it's been really good. That's a good stop there from the fielder. So new bowler from this end. So after 5 overs, Nalin has been rested at this end. That's well played. Right, the new bowler, Kusal, has also kept the ball right on that length. Well defended once again. That's well played. So Kusal has a fine leg, a squarish mid wicket, and a long on, long off, down the ground. So that's his field. Oh, once again. This time. Bowled really well. Hitting the right lens here. Kusal. Doing what the new ball bowlers did exactly, keeping the blueprint proper. Keeping the plans right. And more importantly, executing it with perfection. Very important. This time plays it, but straight to the man. A short mid wicket. Now the short mid wicket is also, standing like a catching fielder. Anyone who's played for so many years knows that, catching fielder would stop that single at the end of 13 overs. India 28 for 3.
Over.
De Silva is the new bowler that end. So we'll be replacing Lal at that other end. Oh, that's edged. We'll get a single.
I'm a fan of her.
That's hit well. But they'll just get a single indeed. So scoreboard ticks along. Goes for the shot this time. But straight to the man once again. Not giving any extra runs here. Sri Lanka bowling really well with both, and bowling really well, and fielding also is perfect. Both the departments they've done really well. Once again driven this time around, and they'll just get a single once again. There's protection on the boundary. So the run rate slowly climbing up here to 6.4. Now they might push for the second run here, and complete with communication there. Oh, just misses out on the throw. So the worst thing that India could, at this moment that could happen to India is that a run out might hurt them definitely. Already they're 3 down for 32. The 14th over in progress. This time around a full toss ball travels through the grass and reaches the boundary. That's a boundary. A much needed boundary for Subramanian Raju. So at the end of 14 overs, India 36 for 3. So definitely looking to put a fight back here. India 1 or 2 boundaries. The batsman, sets himself in the groove, or set themselves in the groove. But from there on, if they can accelerate, nothing better than that. And at the moment, India, looking to do that. Both these batters are looking to take their time in the crease. With both Subramanian Raju playing 19 balls and Subhash playing 15 balls each to their name. So it's pretty important that they stay here for a while. If you stay there, the boundaries are going to come automatically. So that's well played. It's a great stop that. Superb stop. Shall Such an aerobatic stop that giving nothing away to the opposition. Once again defended and off the edge. They might come back for the second run here. No, denied in the end. Just a single. Nearly, we're in the 15th over now, and India slightly, trying to get back into the game where they have lost 3 wickets within the first 10 overs, and now they are looking to, fight back. Oh, that's a beautiful ball that just cuts through. Is it down the ground? That's a fine shot. But there's protection there. Excellent stop that. Mad long off. In fact, he saved 3 runs there for his side. 3 runs worth of gold there. Can prove to be crucial. So India can take this game closer. But once again, well played. So Bosch, although has just got 5 runs to his name, has faced 17 balls, which in the context of the game, someone settled over there is very important as far as India are concerned. And both the batters facing a lot of balls here. Once again, well defended. So that's the end of the 15th over. 38 for 3 India. And by no measure, I personally feel this game is over, and it's time for drinks now. And the players will, refresh and re-strategize and come back and just have a talk and think on what to do from their respective ends. So back here after the drinks break. So 16th over to start. It's a good start. Bat on ball, and that's a single. So as you're speaking, another 30 overs to go, and one batter playing throughout, as you've spoken initially, is going to be key, because if one batter can play through, it's very important for them. So once again, that's a great length. Well left by the batsman. So Numinda there, the bowler. It's well played. Hit it on the offside. They'll just get a single. Deny the second run. So 2 runs coming at the first 3 balls of this over. In desperate needs of runs here, India. That's well defended once again. But someone staying on is pretty much important for India, as they have to do something. Once again, well defended. That pretty good length by Domandia. Not giving anything away. In fact, 20 runs. This partnership has to go for a while, this one. What? That's well played. And that's a good call from the non-striker there. Subhash. He's in turn avoided a run out, to be pretty honest. So at the end of 16 overs, India 40 for 3. So, at the moment, and the run rate is around 20. The partnership is around 20. It's important that, they at least stay around for the next 40 to 50 runs. They take the partnership to around 60 to 70 runs. It's going to be very important, because someone there who's watching the ball well, both the batters have played 20 odd balls, which literally means that by now they would be watching the ball really well, and they can convert those singles easily. So that's one thing about there's that one good thing about cricket, is that if someone stays through, they can find the odd boundary easily. They can push those singles, because the mere fact is that they are staying in the crease for a longer period of time. That's well played, and they go for the single, and in turn run it comfortably in the end. So they run on a misfield, and in the end complete the single comfortably.
Still friends on the phone and he doesn't even answer.
It's played on the offside, but no run there. That's a good ball, but they might come back for the second over here, and in turn that goes to the boundary. So a much needed boundary here, as far as India are concerned. So an inside edge proving to provide a boundary here for India, a much needed boundary. India would take these runs. All they need is runs. However it might come, they might take it with both the hands comfortably. So guys, pretty much India not out of the game yet. Sri Lanka have to look to take wickets in order to get back into this game. This time hit it down the ground. Hits it down the ground. They might look for a second here, but they settle for a single.
So 6 runs considered of the first 4 balls of this over. Last 2 balls of the 17th over coming up. That's well played.
One good thing about Sri Lankan spinners is that they're letting the batsmen come forward. That's a good thing about them. They are not really giving any kind of short balls or loose balls to be hit. Once again defended safely by the batter. So at the end of 17 overs, India are 46 for 3. So both the batters, Subhash and Subram Maharaju are pretty much there in the crease, and they're watching the ball really well. And that's what India require at the moment. They need to stay through to ensure that the scoreboard keeps ticking and runs are continuously coming. That's well fielded. In fact, they have declined the single eventually. He's gone behind the wicket, but they get a couple of runs. The ball didn't have the meat to go reach the boundary, but they get a couple of runs. So, to be pretty precise, if both these batters play up to the 25th over mark, I think they can get to a score of around 80 runs. From there on, they can build their innings. It's gone straight up in the air, but eventually lands safely. Just a single. Once again, this time around goes down the ground and just get a single at long off. So 30-run partnership, that's the 50 for India. So that's come in the 18th over. That's well played. Straight to the man. Couldn't pick the gap this time around. And Sri Lanka would definitely look to get a wicket here, as they don't want India to build partnerships. Once again, this time behind the wicket, once again, just get a single. At the end of 18 overs, India are 51 for 3. And I personally feel that if Sri Lanka can just get that slip in and just take the gamble, because have a catching position maybe somewhere around that silly point region, and just take that gamble, or rather have a short leg, because we've seen a lot of balls going behind the wicket, which in turn can be experimental, and just have a slip in, or rather have a short leg or a silly point, so that kind of a field, and just tempt the batsman to go for that shot. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. Just sliding through the surface. Good bowling there from Kushal. On to his fourth over. In fact, bowled a maiden. In fact, two maidens, if I'm not wrong, in this innings. They bowled really well here, Sri Lanka. Oh, that's well defended. Right on the mark. Well defended by the batter there, Subramania Raju.
Oh, he told a few overs. Well, yeah, but that doesn't make the first, does it?
That's a wide ball. Might be called by the wide.
Yeah, by the umpire. Yes, that's signaled wide by the umpire, as expected. So, second ball coming up of the 19th over. In fact, third ball. Oh, that's well played, and a single denied by the non-striker. Three more balls remaining of this over, and Kushal, is looking to complete the over in a hurry. It is that he wants to bowl dots and keep the scorecard intact. It's well defended. They might go for a single. Goes for the shot, but there's production out there, so just a single. So just one more ball to go in the 19th over, and this has been a very good over for Sri Lanka. Just 2 runs conceded of this over. Until the 25th over mark, both these batters have to play through in order to give India some kind of a chance. But once again, well played but well stopped in the end. So at the end of 19 overs, India are 53 for 3. So I personally feel that the last 20 overs, somewhere around 150 runs, 140 to 150 runs to get would be a very achievable target. So India would definitely keep that in mind and play towards that for the next 6 overs. Maybe get 30 runs of the next 6 overs, and from there see how things progress, and get to that target or play for the target accordingly. That's off the edge, but straight to the field at this time. This field has actually in some way worked for Sri Lanka. A short third kind of a fielder and a fielder at backward point. Yes, there is that gap, but eventually they have managed to contain with this field as far as the spinners are concerned. So, can we witness a miracle from here, or will Sri Lanka take the game away from India? But at the moment, it is Sri Lanka who have the control of the game at 62 for 5. And
I can't believe you've actually got a squad with not a Mendes in it.
it's actually, considering the game, the second half has actually been completely, Sri Lanka's dominance. From ball one, the length they have hit, the fielding, the number of loose balls that they have bowled, it's really very, good to see this kind of a bowling, world-class bowling, and seriously, because with they handle the new ball really well. In fact, they maintain the new ball really well. That would be a better statement, and they've ensured. To win. Only time will tell us the answer. Oh, that's a great length to bowl. Superb length that.
I was stating for the last 12 years of my working career, I was a quality manager on project.
It's really well played. I mean, well left, in fact.
That RAF taking priority.
Once again, the nagging length. It's well done. When you bowl that length to a new batsman, that's actually not really easy. I mean, even for a set batsman to play that delivery. In fact, the line that he bowls, is the corridor of uncertainty, we call. Even for a spinner, if you are going to bowl in that line, it's going to be difficult for the batsman to play. And that's what has been exactly happening on that occasion.
Yeah, he's a friend of mine. And we played together for years. He was stuff at minor carriage team.
Over.
That's the end of the over. So, end of the 21st over, India 62 for 5. And it's a wicket maiden. So, how many wicket maidens have we seen in this particular game? If I'm not wrong, it's the third wicket maiden. And, that's been the story of the day. With the bat, Sri Lanka managing a pretty decent total. And, and they get back and, with the ball, they do as much as they can. And, they've been perfect with the ball. Let's be pretty honest. I mean, have they given anything loose or anything short? Or, have they given width to the batsman? Or have we seen any ball that has, told to, say that hit me length? Definitely they haven't bowled in that particular length. That's a fine shot this time. Just a single. So all India could do from here is play for a while. Oh.
He wants a golf club now. And can be
So Manuel is back on strike.
Space 3 balls yet to get off the mark. So Sri Lanka might, look to close out the game here.
I used to drive from Stanmore to Clacton on Sea every day. So that would take me an hour and a half then. Well,
So Mandia is the bowler out there for Sri Lanka now. So India needing 100 of the 143 balls, India need 169 runs. That's well driven, but straight to the fielder. Oh, the good length. I mean, not really easy to hit the ball if it's pitching from that length. That's well driven. Chance of run out. And in turn, they've completed a single, very, very much comfortable single. So 140 balls. Of the 140 balls remaining, they need 164 runs. So it's definitely, you cannot rule out India, but Sri Lanka are favorites. But anything can happen in cricket. That's a wide ball, staying down the leg side. India can definitely, pull off a fight back here. But Sri Lanka will look to close out the game somehow. Out of nowhere, if they can close out the game, nothing better than that for them. It's gone straight to the fielder. A small misfield. Will get a single. So the final ball of the 22nd over coming up. That's well played. Oh, just a small miscommunication there, but in turn a good call from the non-striker. A loud call of wait, which means that they avoided an out. So at the end of 22 overs, India are 70 for 5. Eight runs coming of the last over and now the 23rd over to start, and to be pretty precise, India will have to somehow fight, just make a game out of it. Win or lose, they have to just play till the last ball, fight till the last ball, to be honest. That's well defended. That's well played. I get a single. Just rotate the strike along. So long on goes behind for the left-hander. So mid-on is pushed back. That's a change in the field. A swing and a miss, and this time around goes behind the wickets, but they'll just get a single. A bye signaled by the umpire. So Sri Lanka pretty much in control, but will they, look to stamp the authority and, just place those attacking fields and get the game, finish the game as soon as possible, or will India fight back? That's well defended. So the final ball of the 23rd over coming up. And just 2 runs coming of this over. This time around, they'll get a boundary. He picked it up beautifully between the gap between point and third man, and he gets the desired result. He gets a boundary. So Subhash, 76 for 5 India after 23 overs. That was a great shot. Just utilizing the gap, and eventually he got the result that he wanted. He got a boundary. That's well played. In fact, after 20, beg your pardon, the last ball is done after 23 overs, 77 for 5, India. So after of the next 22 overs, 156 runs is required, and around 7 runs required for over. And even at this point in time, what India would hope is, if they can, get that one big over, get that confidence coming in, they might still have a chance. I mean, they might, go on fighting till the very end. That's well played. On the onside. This time flicks it on the onside for a single, and there is protection out there. So Emmanuel will be on strike now. In fact, one good thing is that, one blessing in disguise for India is that now there is a left-hand, right-hand combination. So, the field changes would often take place, and this could in turn be a tactical, change as far as India are concerned. This could prove to be a tactical change. I mean, if they can, consolidate well, that's flicked well down the leg side. In fact, it's called a wide by the umpire, and these kind of extras, and if India could capitalize on those loose balls. I mean, 7 runs and over, merely a boundary every over should help. I mean, should make their job more easy. So we can never write them off at any situation. We have seen, the greatest of comebacks in cricket, haven't we? The recently concluded ODI World Cup saw Glenn Maxwell get 200 runs. That's well played, but well stopped. Confusion at the non-strikers end. Not the greatest of throws, but they'll just get a single of the overthrow. So as we are speaking, at no point speaking, point in time can right off a side, because you've seen Glenn Maxwell get that 2-1 not out again. Just that's a quick single done. So anything is possible in cricket, as we say, and so in that sense, one big part can get it done for India here, but they definitely do they have it in them to play all the way through and take the team across the line. Kapil, they're gone. He's gone. The batter has to walk back. That's a beautiful ball, that. And in the end, which meant that Emmanuel has to walk back, and India now 81 for 6. So just 4 more wickets left for Sri Lanka from here to get a huge victory and place the command in this tournament. They've had a great day with the bat and with the ball. They've had an all-round performance, to be pretty honest. So Subhash being, at the moment the only batter who's set in. So if he can, do something for India. But at the moment, as we have spoken throughout the day, Sri Lanka are now in the driver's seat, and they have to ensure that they take the game home easily from here on. Just 4 more wickets to go, and if Subhash is gone, it's more of the tail enders now.
How many 24 balls.
So end of the 24th over, 81 for 6. Not in the greatest of situations here, India. They are, definitely not the greatest of days of the bat. Even with the ball, India actually, the spinners bowl really well. They actually bowl really well, but at this point in time, from here on, how much can actually, if India can do one thing, one good thing from here is that they can go as close as possible. They can try to reduce the margin of loss. So that's something that India should think upon. So frankly speaking, if they can play out their 45 overs from here, right, so that will definitely reduce their margin of loss. And moving ahead in this tournament, even though if they go on to lose this game, they can definitely look to not have an impact on the net run rate or something. So that should be something India should think upon from here on. So Subhash has to play throughout. If they can play another 21 overs, that is 126 balls that is left in his game, that's going to do them a lot of favor, doesn't it?
Yep.
He's got it straight on the patch, but the appeal denied by the umpire in the end. That's well played, but straight to the man. In fact, they run one on the misfield. So just get a single of the first two balls of the over. He's hit it well, but he's picked the gap. They might come back for the second run. Yes, they come back for the second comfortably in the end. So as we were speaking, it is important that India should at least, try to reduce their margin of loss. That might be the most important thing from here, considering the scorecard, the circumstances that they are in. Once again, he hit it well. That's a fine shot. Pitching the gap beautifully on the offside. Suren just tossing the ball up. And Raja, that's a great shot. Just picking the gap on the offside. Stretching and, that's a great swing of the bat. Eventually resulting in a boundary. This time, a single denied by Subhash at the other end. Normally, these kind of calls are very important in cricket. Considering the fact that the non-striker's call is actually for the balls that go behind the wicket. So, in which case, Subhash had to call on this occasion, and he did it to perfection. Time the ball goes down the leg side. And that's the end of the over. At the end of 25 overs, 88 for 6. And in the next 20 overs, India need 144 runs. India need 144 runs. Hits it over the offside. A great stop there by the fielder. Subhash, hit batter. Oh, that's a good ball that. In fact, one good thing for India is that, the new man in Rajshekhar is batting with so much of intent. I mean, ball one, he's busy looking for those singles. In fact, he got a boundary on the offside, so India can definitely look to go for those runs and play for their margin of loss. Once again, that's a dot ball. He did well this time.
Good.
It's a good stop. So Rajshekhar is back on strike. India just looking to play out the overs here. We take it deep and we try and see if they can still have a chance in this game. This time around, flicks it well. They might push for the second. Oh, they settle for the single. So the final ball of the 26th over coming up. That's well played. Single denied in the end. So end of 26 overs. India 90 for 6. They're playing out the overs really well here. So 91 for 6 at the end of 26 overs. And 141 required of 19 overs. If they can approach it more like a T20 game from here, would be interesting, if they can somehow play out the overs. Are they looking to play out the overs, or is there still a fight in this game? Subhash on strike. On 25, not out right now. 44 deliveries. Onto the pads. Goes for the appeal. Not the strongest of appeals from the bowler. Green. He's hit it well. Straight to long off. Just a single. Looking to take the game as deep as possible here. India look as much as they can. Down the leg side. It's called a white ball by the umpire. This time hits it on the offside. Just a single to sweep a cover. Just panning out well there as far as India are concerned, just playing those singles. Take the game deep. Down the ground this time. That's what the greatest of the games say. The greatest of the greatest say that, take the game as deep as you can. And, the chances of you winning, the probability of you winning might get higher. Yes, they're 6 down, but still they have a chance, maybe out of nowhere. Down the leg side. They'll get a single. Maybe missed out on that loose ball. That's a dead ball signaled by the umpire. Just a small interruption in the run-up for the bowler. He's hit it well this time. Just a single. Safely fielded. At the end of 27 overs, 97 for 6, India. So with nearly another 18 overs to go, you can look to play out the overs. or take it as deep as possible. So the second ball of the 27th over coming up. In fact, of the 28th over coming up, to be very, very precise. 27th over coming up, very precise. Yeah. Hits it down the ground for a single. Long on, in fact. And, to be honest, the fielders have been really busy today. I mean, busy meaning inside the circle, they've stopped so many boundaries. Nearly around 20-25 runs have been stopped easily. That has got the score to this. And, at this point, we need to understand that, India have to, play out the overs. Most importantly, they go for a single. So 105 balls left in this particular innings, and if India can actually have a chance, maybe take it to the last 5 overs, push it to the last 5 overs. That's what India can do, and from there on, goes for the sweep, but in terms of wide delivery, just turning a fraction away.
Sri Lankan bowlers are keeping the things tight. And this is one a good juicy full start. But again, it goes into the hands of fielder. No run. It's 103 for 6. India is far behind at this stage, and they need to accelerate if the things are to be under their control. Shorter ball goes back to the bowler. Suren is bowling well, quite an accurate spell. This is interesting about the Sri Lankan bowling because they have been tossing the ball well, giving it a lot of air, and most of the shots are going to the fielders. Field placement is also good, and they are not making any mistakes in the field. One of the reasons why they have been able to keep the score just around 100 after 28 overs. Now soon it will be 29 overs, and things don't look good for the Indian team. 6 wickets already down, and now the tail is there. But these two batsmen have got runs in the past, and they'll have to accelerate because that is the only way they can think of winning the match. Suren is keeping it very tight. Okay. 29 overs and 104 runs. So still they need 128 runs of 96 balls. Come on, Team India, it's now time you push the accelerator because otherwise you are going to fall short of the target by miles. I think that is what the two batsmen discuss between themselves. And let's see what they have in their mind in the coming overs. "16 overs, 128 is not a difficult target. If you are talking about a sort of a T20 match, it's very much possible. Only thing is they don't have many wickets in hand. Had this been 3 wickets for 105, things would have looked much better, and still they could have gone after the bowling. But now India has a double challenge, they have to preserve their wickets also and get runs at quite a decent pace against a good bowling and sharp fielding. They are not letting anything go. Things are going to be difficult. I think that will be another area where they can look for runs, like take sharp singles and then look for one boundary in an over. That should give them a strike rate of about 6 an over, and still it's achievable target, looks like. But how these two not out batsmen plan their innings, that is the key at this stage. They'll have to make it a T20 game or 100 game as you have in England, like 96 balls. It's good. You need, both these batsmen, they need, I think, a positive approach. Non-striker has to be more alert to take these singles. And the moment you see a batsman playing with a soft hand, they should be rushing for a single. That will bring the fielding closer, and then the gaps will open for boundaries, That's another shot. This should go for a 4. Yes, it is. Very hot and humid afternoon, and that is one more thing against the teams which are, above 60 years of age. It's a difficult task to get going in this type of atmosphere. Duminda has bowled a long spell and he has been throughout on the target. Bowling his off spinners in the right areas, and He's keeping the batsman quiet. Anyway, 30 overs gone and score is 112 for 6. Not a good sign for the batting lineup.
So time for a drinks break here, and the required run rate is up to 8. So they should look for a boundary every over to make things easy, and let's hope that that they'll take the game deep. India would definitely take the game deep and give us a thriller here, because if they can play out their overs at some point in time, this would definitely impact their won't impact their net run rate in a huge way, because sometimes a huge margin of loss might definitely hurt a team's chances moving ahead in this tournament. But if India could play through the overs, see, even if India could go on to lose the game rather, but if they could reduce the margin, that would do them a lot of good. So guys, we'll resume back after the drinks break. They get a single to start things along, and definitely a gettable target. If these two batters can stay on to the next 11 to 12 overs, things can get easy. Full toss ball. There is a man covering that region. Just a single. Was definitely going for the boundary. Maybe couldn't place it at the right spot. Rajshekhar. Goes for the shot this time. That's really well fielded. Had to cover a decent amount of ground there. And did it with ease. It's Kushal. Very good effort from him at long on. Goes for the shot this time. That's well fielded. So definitely, Sri Lanka have saved around 25-30 runs on the field today. Plus 30 on the field today, Sri Lanka 100%. I can guarantee that. The fielding has been excellent today. Once again, they go for the single. So somehow, as you have spoken through, the runs have started to come on. And mind you, the partnership is now at 36 of 41 deliveries. This could turn to be dangerous for Sri Lanka. They desperately need a wicket now to get back into this game. India, on the other hand, just have to play through for a while. This time down the legs. They'll just get a single. So end of the 31st over, 118 for 6. So pretty even for this over for India. 6 runs, 6 singles coming off it. So Sri Lanka, if they have to close this game out, need a wicket here. India definitely, are looking to fight till the very last ball and give themselves a chance. So Suren is the new bowler in. They don't go for the single. In fact, that's a good line to bowl, just outside off stump, not letting the batsmen, go for their shots. That's well played. They'll go for the single. Subhash on strike. Subhash has hit this well. And once again, they go for the single. So gradually, our India taking this game closer and closer. So to be pretty precise, if India can, go on and, for the next 8 to 9 overs, do something here, it'll definitely work for them. And, to be pretty honest, Rajshekhar has also, somehow got into the groove here. Faced 22 balls. And he's played across the line, but no decision given by the umpire. Leg by signal by the umpire in the end. So the last ball of the 32nd over coming up. In fact, 32nd over done. 121 for 6 India at the end of 32 overs. Bosh, the pretty important guy out there. Important wicket. If at this point I'm Sri Lanka, get the batsman of the set batsman, get the wicket of the set batsman Subhash. They are actually closing out this game. But if he can bat through for another 7 to 8 overs, a fight back is definitely on the cards. So Lal to get back for a 7th over. In fact, bowling 6 overs on the trot. He's headed straight down, but Keith is the new man in. Beg your pardon. Keith is the new bowler in for Sri Lanka. Tossed up and hit it straight down the ground, but will only get a single. That's well fielded by the long on fielder. Single denied. So definitely, they have to approach it like a T20 from here on. If Subhash can stay through, they can make a real game out of this. They're definitely in for a cracker here. They'll get a single. So last 2 balls for the 33rd over left. Oh, off the edge, but they'll just get a single. One more delivery left in the 33rd over. So nearly the run rate has reached up to 8.8 at the moment, the required run rate. Desperately need runs here, India. One big over can change the fate of the match, mind you. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. Just gets through the bat pad gap. So at the end of 33 overs, 124 for 6, India. They need another 108 runs of the remaining 12 overs. So Subhash, the key man here for India. If they have to get closer and closer, this partnership has to go throughout. If they can play throughout the innings, nothing better than that for India at the moment. He's hit it well, but straight to the fielder. India have actually, what the dot ball pressure has done is that they have been unable to pick the gaps. That's, one problem that India have had today. This time onto the leg stump. But, the batsman couldn't play the ball. So 2 dot balls to start the over. Ball is the man. Once again, through the gate. They'll just settle for a single. An appeal for run out. Denied by the umpire in the end. So, just 1 run considered of the 3 balls is over. That's well played. Once again. The last 2 balls left in this over. He's hit it well. Straight to the man. So the last ball of the 34th over coming up. Lal having a great day with the ball today. That's well played. Down the ground for a single. So of the last 11 overs, they need 106 runs. And most importantly, the required run rate is now close to 9.6. Pretty important that as far as this game is concerned.
126.
So 11 overs left. We are here for a feast here. We need 106 runs. And guys, we are here for a great game. He's hit it well. He's hit hard. He's gone for 4. So Subhash moves to 47 with that. So India starting to attack and looking to just put a great fight back. He's watching the ball really well and hit it with great power. And there was no stopping that ball. It was racing to the boundary. That's well played. But couldn't steal a single over there. In fact, the mid-on fielder is slightly wider. This time hits it down the ground, but they'll just get a single. So that's the 50-run partnership that has come up between the pair. So another 63 balls. Can they take India closer and closer towards victory? Once again, the ball kept low on this occasion. Well kept that by the wicketkeeper. Never easy, on these kind of wickets when the ball suddenly keeps low. Such an underrated job and a thankless job, wicket keeping. This time plays it on the offside. They go for a quick single. And throw didn't have the might. So in turn, they have picked up a quick single. So the final delivery of the 35th over coming up. And 100 runs needed of 61 balls. That's well played. That's a fine shot. They might look to push for the second. And they come back for the second. And complete it easily in the end. So at the end of 30, that's the 50 for Subhash. A very well played knock. And if he can play through and just get to a very good score and stay not out, nothing better than that. Maybe take India through the line. Only time will tell us the answer. But then, very well played Subhash. Came at a very crisis situation. And, has risen up to it. At the end of 35 overs, India are 134 for 6. And we have a thrilling 10 overs coming up. 98 runs required. And with the spare on, they're very much set. Anything can happen from here. They go for a quick single. In fact, Rajshekhar, from ball one, he's had that intent to hit the ball, hit in those gaps and run those quick singles. Being so good. Good to see, the intent of the batters. Oh, swing and a miss. And a miss stumping opportunity over there. Has he put down the match over there? Definite stumping chance there. Sri Lanka will hope this will not be that expensive.
Yes!
Gone!
Yes!
Immediately. The next ball, Lal has come back and strike and got the very important wicket of Subhash. Has to walk back after a very well made 50. Once again believed in his line and length and just tossed it up. And Subhash hit it straight to Lal. A great catch. Good reflex catch that. So a great knock from Subhash comes to an end. 50 and of 74 deliveries. If India have stayed in the game up to this point, Subhash had a massive role to play in it. Very well played, Subhash. So Mario is the new man in. So the new man in is Mario. So is that the end of the hopes as far as India are concerned? With the settled batsman gone, but India will definitely look to play out the overs. In terms of reducing the margin of loss, playing out the overs is plays a huge role. Oh, a shout for leg before, but the umpire denies the appeal. Goes for the shot this time on the onside. In fact, he's managed to clear the fence all the way. What a way to get off the mark. Mario hits a 6, gets off the mark. So at the end of 36 overs, India 141 for 7. So they need around 91 runs of the remaining 9 overs, which means that 10 runs an over. Definitely a possibility. And let's hope that India will fight.
It's gone, yeah.
So Keith has come back to bowl from this end. Appeal for stumping. Denied by the umpire. Oh, this time the keeper couldn't gather the ball on this occasion. So Sri Lanka looking to close out the game with just 3 more wickets. But India, if they can play out the overs, will do them a lot of good. So 3 dots in the 37th over. Rajshekhar is on strike. And, is looking to get that one hit away. From ball one, has batted with so much of intent. I mean, he came out with oozing intent and has done really well, fought out of the crisis situation. Once again, couldn't get back. This time, that's gone. That's excellent wicket keeping. In fact, very, very smart that. And in turn, it has resulted in a run out here. So that's 8 down. India are 8 down. That's what pressure can do. Just ran out of crease and, the keeper was very smart to dislodge the bail. So
36.
India 141 for 8 and Rajshekhar has to walk back. So 141 for 8 here, India. So just 2 more wickets away from victory here, Sri Lanka. Avinash is the new batter in. So that was called a stumping by the umpire, given out for stumping. And that's flicked well in the on side for a single. So the last ball of the 37th over coming up. And from here on, Sri Lanka will, look to finish this game more as a formality, or rather, pick up those remaining 2 wickets as soon as possible and get that net run rate going up. India would hang in there as much as they can. Just a fine shot. Just a single. So, end of 37 overs. India are 143 for 8. So 8 overs. Of the next 8 overs, they need only 89 runs. In fact, this might be an unachievable target at this situation, but playing out the overs from here on might be the aim of India. And at the other end, Sri Lanka would want to close out the game as soon as possible and increase their margin of victory as much as they can.
Yeah. Thank you.
Kusal is the new bowler. Goes for the sweep, but in turn misses the ball. So Sri Lanka today, have been very good with the ball. Right from ball 1 on the field, they have stopped runs, they've stopped those singles, they've stopped desperate boundaries. Nearly 30 runs they've saved on the field. That's what has put up the pressure, and the dot balls, all of it combined. It's a single one. Their approach is pretty simple. He's hit it well, he's hit it hard. That might be signaled a boundary. We have to wait for the umpire's call. Right, just a couple of runs given. Oh, just turned in late that ball. Beautiful bowling from Kushal. Just getting the length right on the money. Well defended. That's the end of the 38th over. 147 for 8 India. So the next 7 overs they need 85 runs. And as far as Sri Lanka are concerned, they would like to close this game out, as we have been telling time and time again.
38 overs.
This has been a one-sided affair, hasn't it? Yes, the likes of Subramania Raju, and at the other end Subhash, batting really well for India, fighting for India rather. But even though they couldn't really put their command on the game, courtesy the Sri Lankan bowlers who bowled really well, extraordinarily well. That too in the initial overs. Both Punarin and at the other end Lal, both those bowlers in tandem just choking the Indian batters with their line and lengths. Absolute rampage that. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. So Keith, that's a good shot. In turn, they deny the single.
What's out?
At this point in time, maybe Sri Lanka can, look to attack and get those wickets as soon as possible, instead of, having a much defensive field, in my opinion. Oh, that's through the gap. There is a man at sweeper cover. They'll just get a single. But at the moment, Sri Lanka, are having this defensive field and are, easily managing it through. It's 2 more wickets to get. But India seems strong, they don't want to, they want to play out their overs. Looks like they want to definitely play out their overs. That's a great call from the non-striker. India have, definitely had a mixed bag with the ball. Actually, their spinners bowled pretty well. But batters, credit to the way Sri Lanka bowled. I mean, I feel that more of Sri Lanka bowled well. Just a single. So at the end of 39 overs, India 149 for 8. And to be more precise, what I personally felt was today Sri Lanka bowled extraordinarily well. That's what made batting really tough for India. And that too on that wicket, we spoke a lot about on how it helped the spinners off the wicket. It had something on the wicket. So when you hit the right length, the ball on itself, did the rest. So that was something that was about today's wicket, and Sri Lanka exploited it to the maximum, and well done in that way to Sri Lanka, because their spinners also bowled really well, and not to forget the initial spell was the turning point of the game, in my opinion. In fact, was a decider for the game. This time he played on the offside for a single. So that initial spell, that too, the pink ball, the way it swings, oh my god. He's flicked it. An appeal for leg before wicket, but they quickly rush back for a second. An appeal for run out, but in turn they have comfortably reached. Good running between the wickets there. So just 34 balls left. This time plays it well, but there is protection out there. Sri Lanka, the far superior side today. This time plays it on the onside. The ball might race away to the boundary. Yes, it does. So that's a boundary. So they're looking to, play till the very end, fight till the very end, come what may. They just want to play out the overs. Once again, look to play across the line. Missed the ball on this occasion. The Sri Lankan bowlers also tossed the ball up, inviting the batters to hit, on 2-3 occasions. That was the plan, and it had actually worked out. In fact, the important wicket of Subhash, that's how Lal got it. This time straight up in the air and put down by the keeper. He nearly got to the ball, but just couldn't gather it at the last moment. But nevertheless, he's kept really well today. That run out, was very, very smart. Smart of him, street smart thing that run out. So that's the end of the over. At the end of 40 overs, 157 for 8 India. So just 5 more overs to go. So 75 runs required of the last 5 overs. And India are definitely not going home without playing out their overs. That's how it looks like at the moment. The major difference was, between both the sides was the way they use the pink ball. I mean, in my opinion, because the way the pink ball swings, it has a natural, capacity or ability to swing. So that's the nature of a pink ball. Like, it swings naturally. So if that's done, then, that's gone. Excellent catch that. The fielder was standing like a catching shot mid-wicket, maybe in a good catching position. The short mid-wicket fielder, and India are now 157 for 9 and just one more wicket to go. One more wicket left in the bag. And Keith has struck here. Inviting the hit, and it went straight to the fielder as he planned. So India are 9 down here. For 157, and just a solitary wicket left in the bag. So Mario at the other end is batting on 16. Hitting the lengths, both using the new ball and the spinners. So an all-round effort by the team today. Oh, chance of a run out at the bowler's end, and they have missed it in the end. So an all-round performance from Sri Lanka today with the bat. Gary batting really well, and towards the end, Dickey coming and getting runs to his name. And a late flourish meant that somewhere down the line, Sri Lanka got to 230, and at that point in time, we were majorly talking about how 230, 240 was definitely at a defendable target, and that's what Sri Lanka have done here. I mean, even at the start of the innings, we were talking about on how 1 or 2 wickets, or rather few dot balls, can definitely put the pressure back on India, and that's what eventually happened. And Sri Lanka are on the verge of defending this target. He said it straight down the ground. There is a fielder at long off, so he'll just get a single. Oh, off the edge there. but the ball didn't carry. So an all-round performance by the Sri Lankan team, deserved to be winners today. Maybe in many departments outplayed India, to be pretty precise. He hit well in the offside. They're rushing back for the second, and they should complete it easily. Yes, they indeed completed. So the last ball of the 41st over coming up, and 71 runs required of the last 25 balls. That's well played. They might come back for the second. Yes, they come back. So that's the end of the over. So at the end of the 41st over, it's 163 for 9 India. So 69 runs required of the last 4 overs, and just 1 wicket left to close out the proceedings for the day. And Sri Lanka, what a performance! They've played like, they've dominated from ball one, both with the bat, pretty sensible with the bat. At the point where they lost 2 wickets, they built a good partnership. And, that partnership, I felt that, that set the base. Indeed, yes, they lost a few wickets towards the very end, but then that has proved to be, the total has proved to be enough in this circumstance. He hit it straight up in the air. That's a great shot. So they just get a single. Good stop on the boundary there. Very, very aerobatic. And, good agile fielding there. It's well played. Well defended. Right on the block hole. And he's defended it easily. The ball kept low. That's well kept by the keeper. Normally, keepers, in these kind of wickets have to stay low. I mean, their position has to be as low as possible so that, the ball, when it keeps low, it's comfortable for them to collect. Oh, this time around, swing and a miss once again. So the last ball of the 42nd over coming up. In fact, the last 2 balls. Once again, defends the ball. So we're looking to complete the overs here as far as India are concerned. They want to go home. They won't go home without a fight. Once again, goes for the sweep. Indeed, misses it. End of 42 overs. India 164 for 9. So the final 3 overs. But this day has belonged to Sri Lanka. Whatever said and done. On this surface, they understood that somewhere around 220 to 250 would be a very, very good target, a very bankable target. Maybe if that would be the right word to use, a very bankable target. And indeed, they got to that and now have responded really well with the ball. Their bowlers right up to the task. Just 17 balls left in the innings. Oh, goes for this shot, but misses the ball in the end. So India just looking to, play out the 16 balls that is left. And that's well driven for a single. Good shot there. Look good. That's well played. Oh. Just lost the balance for a second there. Ratan, but managed to get back to his reach. Reaches back to his crease. So just 14 balls left now, and Keith has got 2 wickets to his name. Will he get a third? Indeed, blocks the ball there. Ratan. So the last ball of the 43rd over. Hits it up in the air, but will land safely. Just a single. So at the end of 43 overs, 166 for 9. India. So
Yep. 43 gone.
pretty good performance. I mean, with the bat, I just wanted to specify that, in the middle phase from the 20th to the 35th over, the way Sri Lanka actually played, they showed how to approach the middle overs. I mean, that's the way we approach the middle overs. So they showed it and executed it to perfection, and that has got them to this target. And indeed, their bowlers were up to the mark. So Nalin has come in. That's a wide ball to start. Had a great day with the ball. Just conceding 12 runs, and was brilliant with the new ball. I mean, moved it both the ways, and the batsman really found it impossible to play his deliveries. I mean, definitely not easy. Once again, a wide ball. So just not able to get the ball. So Sri Lanka, after winning the toss, opting to bat first, have delivered an excellent performance. Once again, a wide ball. So a hat-trick of wides coming from the man who, just moved the ball both the directions, made it unplayable for the batters, and literally was a nightmare. Yes, very unfortunate that he couldn't get a wicket in his first spell, but will he get one and seal the game here for Sri Lanka? Indeed. So 11 deliveries required, and now, and I personally feel that the way he's bowled, he was very, very unfortunate to not get a wicket. And if he gets one, definitely you'll be happy because he was the one who actually set the tone with the new ball. That's well played for a single. This time, good shot on the offside, but well fielded in the end. That's well played.
Mario, Shabaj. Start coming for every match. Everywhere, yeah.
Just 8 more deliveries to go. And can Naleen, just get a wicket and close the game out, or will India manage to, play out the 8 balls? Once again, a white ball staying down the leg side. That's well done. I mean, well left by the batter. This is a the game. Sri Lanka won the game by 53, and a pretty dominant performance both with the bat and the ball. And important, they were plus 30 on the field for sure, and that's what has given them this win. And credit to the Indian bowlers also. The spinners bowled really well, and Subhash played a very much fighting knock, and at the other end, Raju also played really well. So, guys, a pretty dominant performance in the end meant that one has won the game against India by 53 runs. So, without the sponsors, this event would have been a very tough one to conduct. And in every event that we conduct, the sponsors support is important, and that's what. And every time we never forget to thank the sponsors. So the sponsors for this event: Kesar Gift Mart, Leo Coffee, Stepstone, Sporters, UN School, and Rotary Club of Madras East, Sunwiz, Crick Heroes, Winners, and Scaling New Heights, Miracle, Nexus, and MacWise. Thank you very much, sponsors. Your support has very helpful for us in us going through and conducting this event. Thank you very much, guys.